Prepare to embark on a journey of epic proportions as we unveil the Aphrodite League, the ultimate battleground where the most skilled players in Legends of Runeterra clash for eternal glory. Within every league of this all-year tournament, 8 players test their mettle each month, vying for promotion, fighting against demotion and etching their names into the annals of Runeterra history. The qualification tournament serves as the ultimate trial by fire, determining the initial hierarchy of the Aphrodite League. Here, all entrants clash in an epic free-for-all to claim their starting positions within the league system. Only the top contenders ascend to the Alpha League, while the remaining ranks are distributed evenly into subsequent leagues of 8 players each. The tournament adapts to the number of participants, creating as many leagues as needed to uphold the structure. Those who falter and place beyond the cutoff, however, find themselves cast aside, their aspirations halted at the gates of competition. As the league takes shape, 8 champions emerge from the ranks to form the roster for an example run.
It's Draven time!
Follow the wind, but watch your back.
I'd rather be anywhere than here.
What delightful agony we shall inflict.
Another day in the field.
I am more than I seem.
Rules are made to be broken, like buildings or people.
I'm always up for a round or two.
On the first Saturday of the month, the league commences with a double round-robin group stage where players are divided into 2 groups of 4 based on their seeding. Each competitor faces every other player in the group twice, fighting tooth and nail to secure a coveted top spot. Matches here are more than just victories, they are already stepping stones to the final stages. The rankings at the end of this phase determine the seeding for the high-stakes playoffs. The second Saturday of the month transforms the competition into a dynamic playoff bracket that tests both skill and resilience. Players are matched based on their performance in the group stage, with the number of wins required to advance to the finals directly tied to the rank in the groups. Higher ranked players benefit from shorter paths, needing fewer victories, while lower ranked competitors must navigate a more grueling journey to keep their championship hopes alive. In this system, every match carries significant weight. Top performing players from the group stage enjoy a distinct advantage, but even those starting in less favorable positions have a chance to climb back into contention through perseverance and smart play. The playoff structure rewards consistency while offering redemption for those who can adapt and overcome. By the end of the day, only the most deserving players will have secured their places in the final stage, setting the stage for a thrilling conclusion of the month's competition. The journey culminates on the third Saturday with the decisive finals and elimination stage. This stage is not just a battle for titles, but a war to secure or reclaim honor, prestige, and progression. Both the finals and elimination stage will feature a double elimination bracket, in which the grand final will be replayed if necessary. The top 2 players from each league ascend to the next higher tier, carving a path toward the coveted Alpha League, the apex of skill and prestige. The bottom 2 players are cast down into the league below, making room for new challengers hungry for glory. The fourth Saturday of each month offers a smaller qualification tournament where aspiring players from across the community can compete for spots in the lowest league of the hierarchy. Here, legends are born as newcomers seize their chance to enter the league system and climb the ranks. In the Aphrodite Alpha League in its cascading tiers, every card played, every decision made, and every moment matters. This is more than just a competition, it is a proving ground for champions. Will you rise through the ranks, outplay your opponents, and claim your place among the legends? Or will the unforgiving tides of demotion sweep you away into obscurity? The Aphrodite League beckons. Step forward, summon your champions, and let the battle for Runeterra's ultimate glory begin.
Runeterra. 2024 was not the best year for the competitive Legends of Runeterra, but that's already behind us. New year, new opportunities, new players, new league format. Everything is new, including the caster. I'm Dizzy Never Walk Alone, and welcome to the first week of the first season of Aphrodite League. Today we are starting with a group stage, and I will have a pleasure to cast this event with Armageddon.
Hello. I was here last week as well for the qualifier. I'm APH Armageddon. The ranked players might know me as such a fool, and I'm casting here as well today.
Yeah, today we have quite a lot of gameplay to see, because the group stage means that every of the 4 players in each group plays against all the other opponents, and they do it twice. So there will be a lot of matches. I think it's a good time to present the groups. We have 2 groups basically, and they were made based on the results of the qualification tournament. In a group A, we have the winner of the qualification tournament, Cirque, and he will be competing with APH Buff Nightfall and 2 Vietnamese players, so Kaizen and Newman. And in the second group, we have Vendorti, Runaya, and Vat. And there should be also the other player, 80 Megapuros, but unlucky that he couldn't make it today. And because of that, like every player in this group is rewarded with a win.
Yes.
What do you think, Arma, about those groups? Do you see like difference in strength of the players?
I think, I mean, all the players are pretty decent here. They all made the qualification, and I haven't played too much against some of them, especially like Kaizen, for example, is not playing on the EU server normally. So it's hard to grip his strength. But for example, Vendorti, Luna, who are both playing in their first game in Group B, should be fairly strong, both. And I think they are all on a fairly good skill level.
I can agree that all the players are on a very similar level. I couldn't even find between the players like anyone that I can say is going to win it. What's important to know that today nothing is decided. Like players are fighting to get the best position to fight in next weeks, but like nobody is losing today. Nobody is getting out from a league. So it's just to have a best start in a next week.
Yes, but this is true. But the games today will matter for everyone. Today we are deciding on the seedings, so everyone who's winning a lot of games today can be sure that next week is gonna be way easier.
Yeah, so it's
achieve.
definitely worth to do your best today, so your path to the finals will be way easier. I think we can also see the schedule of today's matches. Here we can see which of the matches will be casted. They are marked with a blue color. Yeah, it should be visible here as well. And we're gonna be focusing on those matches basically on the cast. But obviously if there will be some other matches that are not finished yet, we're gonna switch to those matches. As you can see, like players got already, every player got already a win for a match against Megapuros. And yeah, we're starting at 4, and we should be done around, I guess, around 9. I would say. We're gonna see how it goes. Maybe earlier, maybe later.
Let's see. Oh.
Yeah, we're starting today with Cirque against Buff Nightfall. Any prediction for that match, Arma?
Oh, wait. That was the wrong thingy. I'm always surprised by how well Buff Nightfall is doing with his lineups. So I will say Buff Nightfall wins it because he brought the same thing he's comfortable with the previous games. And I'm rooting for Buff Nightfall, partially because of the APH tag as well.
Yeah. If we are already talking about the... before we go to the lineups, there is also one important thing that I should mention, that we're gonna have another caster today, most likely, 99%. But I'm not saying yet who's that gonna be, so you can guess in a chat, in the comments. And also what's important to mention, that we do have like 3 minutes of a delay for a stream. We had like 5 minutes before, but we changed that because we got some feedback that should work better. And I hope that this week gonna be without any issues with internet connections that we had last time, and that everything gonna work very smooth. But yeah, I think we can slowly move to the decks of the first match we have.
Okay, we are starting off with deck 3. I guess let's start with deck 3.
That's irrelevant which deck we start with, because that's just the order that players submitted the decks. We have Lulu Z here. The deck that actually, in my opinion, is a little bit of underrated deck.
Yeah, it's
don't
kind
say
of
that
an old
much,
classic, right?
Yeah, when you play against it, it can do like very stupid things, like very strong things, but frustrating to play against most of the time.
Indeed. Especially from the viewpoint of a control player, it can
Yeah.
really hard spikes in the
So
mid-game.
basically, from my point of view.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree. It can be really hard to deal with Lulu Z. They bring so much tempo on the board. And the scrutinizing Sergeant makes it fairly consistent with hitting the champions at free cost. That could be really interesting as well.
The only issue I see with this deck, that it plays really hard around your champions. Like, those champions enable either the Z, like enables you to put a lot of pressure with all the protection spells and like units that can buff the Z, or like Lulu that is amazing with buffing like the other followers. But without those two champions, yeah, you have a followers that work well together, but the deck is not that strong anymore.
Indeed.
And because of the fact that your champions are very cheap.
Indeed. But you will be able to find them with the Sergeant at latest mana 5. But
that
can be
5 might be too late,
already.
honestly. Yeah.
But we will see, we will see.
Let's see what else Cirque brought today.
So the
he brought the deck that was one of the most popular decks some time ago, but it fought for a little bit in a popularity.
Yes. It fell a bit in popularity, and we see here a fairly standard version. Not standard, because there are a lot of options to choose from when you are building this deck. Because if you are running a control deck, you have a lot of options to change some tech cards. For example, we are seeing Kindred instead of Vex, but Kindred is the more popular version. We are seeing Spectral Ironhound. I think people opted out of not running Ironhound. They did at the start of the season, but now we are seeing more Ironhounds again. And some players are running Harrowing to prevent Mordekaiser from being discarded. Silk opted into Ruination, which does the same thing for the mirror.
Yeah, there is multiple ways how you can build this deck, and yeah, you have a pool of like probably 60 cards that you can put. I mean, in total, like if you count like every card as 3 copies. But yeah, everyone knows this deck, so I guess we can move to the last deck, which is Draven Jinx.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So this looks like a fairly standard Draven Jinx aggro shell. I don't see too many special things. I don't think Free Vision is standard, but I'm not too confident in my aggro deck knowledge.
So what is surprising me a little bit here, if I see correctly, Cirque is playing triple
yes,
Experimenter and double Survivor skills, which means, especially the Survivor skills, that he will have some way to protect the champions. But also it means that he has less small units, because like having at least 5 expensive things in a deck.
Indeed.
I've seen like way more aggressive approaches of this deck, when you just play one Experimenter without survivor skills, and you're putting more 1/2 drops, and you are playing the Overwhelm 4 drop that grows when it enters the big board. I forgot the name, and I will be forgetting the names. I'm not the best in that thing, so I apologize to you guys for that. But you know exactly what.
I think it's the crowd favorite, right?
Yeah, exactly,
Yes.
exactly. Anything else you want to say about the deck?
I would, but I cannot really. I don't know too much about the aggro
We will
stuff.
see. We will see during the game.
Let's see how it does.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go on.
So here we have the first of buff Nightfall's lists.
We already see like more control-ish approach here. And this is the, I would say, famous Nightfall lineup with 9 times Glorious Evolution.
Indeed.
Which I struggled a lot playing against. Yeah, when you face like another control player which is playing a greedy deck, you don't have fun most of the time.
Except like you play against Ionia and they have like 1 or 2 deniers, then the Glorious Evolutions can be a detriment.
Yeah, but that's exactly how smart is this 9 times lineup. Then you can just ban the Ionia deck from opponent to make sure they cannot deny your win con.
And it's also pretty hard to justify putting deny into your deck nowadays, I feel.
Yeah, honestly, I think like talking about one of his decks, we can cover all 3 kinda, because they are very similar. All of them will have like 1 temple, which is pretty smart because some decks cannot deal with a temple at all, and you have like pretty consistent way to find the temple when you need it. with predicts, like time
especially
predict, and
because he's playing triple augmented clockling
yeah,
and
exactly.
double time check.
So that's already like a very smart choice. And he's playing just 3 of 1 champion, right?
Yes.
In every deck. And like every deck has some access to healing. Like you have Youngling in a Targon version.
You
In
have
a Sai you
Withering
have like some
Veil, Wild
spells.
Pierce.
Yeah, exactly, to start the game. And then you have Eye of a Dragon in Ionia, which does the same thingy as Youngling basically.
Indeed.
Yeah, here we go. Here we have the Ionia version. Yeah, let's see how they perform. I will let know the players that they can start the game.
Oh.
So yeah, now after seeing the lineups, do you have like a favorite?
I think it's gonna be hard for buff Nightfall to get through the early game. We saw like a discard aggro, we saw Lulu Z, and we saw the Mordekaiser deck. But there's a good chance he is able to stabilize, because it's aside from the Glorious Evolution, the buff Nightfall decks are not overly greedy. So there's a good chance he will be able to stabilize against the faster decks like Discard Aggro, Lulu Z. Especially since Aftershock, for example, can be a really good removal for Z or Lulu, or something like Death's Grasp. So
Yeah,
I
I
still
was
think buff Nightfall will be able to take it, but it will be a close one.
I was thinking a lot about the Nightfall lineup because I was considering to play it myself a couple of times. And the only weakness I see with this lineup, because in theory yeah, that's the thingy. I already forgot the name of the 10 mana spell.
Glorious.
Yeah, Triple Glorious provides you like way to win basically all the control matchups. Then you have good tools to store against aggro, but like strong mid-range decks can definitely beat you, because you don't have access to remove the big the threats that are having more health basically.
Okay. So we are seeing the buns. We had Heimerdinger and Mordekaiser Kindred getting banned. Mordekaiser Kindred can be really hard for the Glorious Evolution, I guess, because the Glorious Evolution is getting discarded. So that's really reasonable, I guess.
Players are already in the game.
Yes.
Who's ready to wreck it?
Yeah.
So let's see, we started with a good aggro opener, I would say. The crowd favorite and 1 drop into discard fodder. I think this is as good as it gets. But the answer as well, nearly perfectly countered by buff Nightfall.
Oh, I guess I'm not. I'm spectating the wrong side.
Oh.
Wait a second.
Oh no, I'm spectating the wrong side.
But leave it. I will just. I will just switch.
My beautiful face.
And this looks pretty horrible for Cirque. The opener, Draven getting shot by Aftershock, the crowd favorite getting answered by Mystic Shot. Buff Nightfall had all the answers, and now we are on 1 HP difference and 1 Scuttle Trap. And that's everything. separating those two players now.
Okay, I guess I need to switch because I don't have the player in my. So I'm spectating Nightfall. Sorry guys for the inconvenience, but we are getting there. We are getting there.
Oh, spectate this. Oh, weird.
So I guess we just gonna see one from one player's
Yes,
perspective.
we are just gonna see
That's
from
just
Nightfall's
better.
perspective.
And we'll try to yeah, we will try to tell the Kirk to enable the spectators. Maybe we can do it for the second game.
So we are back in game. Sorry for the inconvenience.
The party has arrived.
So both players are pretty healthy, but now Nightfall is getting a solid hit.
Rules are made to be broken.
And he do not really have any way
Sometime.
to defend right now. I mean, his only play is to develop a temple. Yeah, I'm gonna exit the spectator, so you're not getting confused
Okay.
by the mirror hand.
Yes, so Temple is the only available play here, besides recalling something. But we are on a comfortable 19 HP on turn on turn 6.
I mean,
Time for the money.
not anymore.
Not anymore, indeed.
Soon Jinx is leveled because we're getting another axe. Okay, Jinx is leveled, but she's not providing the rocket.
Yes. We were not able to level Jinx with Zerg.
And she's not drawing too sharp, which is also probably.
But let's see, the Eye could be a really good top deck if you find 2 spells to enable it.
Yeah, but in one turn the Nightfall went from 19 HP to 6. I mean, that's like basically over. I mean, it's over like in this turn. Yeah, the deck just was too slow. Or at least the hand that Nightfall had.
Indeed. It was a really good start for buff Nightfall here, with the answer to with Scuttle Crab into Mystic Shot into Aftershock, but he ran out of answers to deal with the board, and Zerg takes the first one. Okay.
So now Sir needs to win one game with Z. With Z Lulu, I think that should be doable.
Z Lulu into the Targon version of Glorious Evolution.
So we already see like some answers for a champion in a Nightfall hand.
But they are
pretty
very expensive.
Yeah. The worst part is that Cirque can just recall the champion for 2 mana and play it again to take turn for 1 mana.
Indeed. This one drop is kinda better for buff Nightfall than Zerg having a champion, I think. but the Hawk getting a free pull with pick attack still hurts a lot.
Yeah, like having the fail cascade in this spot would be very nice for Knight 4, but yeah, he didn't, and now he's just he got like a free trade. I mean, Sir got a free trade.
Indeed.
But it looks like he's getting another free trade there. And the Aphrodite is dead.
Except we can top deck a Pale Cascade, and Silk doesn't have an answer in form of Forma.
I mean, depending how he gonna... This attack is pretty smart since this unit is kinda dead for free.
So we are getting free damage in, which probably won't win this matchup, but you never know. Sometimes the free damage matters a lot. But this looks fairly disgusting for buff Knight 4. All our
We can
answers
finally see the hand of Sir.
are
And-
way too expensive.
And I think that seals the deal, because when I took a first glance on the Silk hand, I cannot imagine how Nightfall get back to this match.
It's getting really hard. We can rally this turn, we probably rally next turn and play
I think
the...
he goes just 6 white and he running.
Oh,
Okay.
but this is...
I mean, both. I think both lines works and both lines wins the game.
Indeed.
But running this turn is pretty good because you have 2 units with a quick attack already, so we can. I guess it doesn't matter because Nightfall cannot block those elusive units anyway, so giving them quick attack doesn't matter at all.
But if we are able to remove the Youngling this turn, we deny like 1 more healing. Which can be...
So
which can matter. And we still have the Sergeant to develop. And we are getting a game-winning swing next turn.
yeah, the glorious like Nightfall didn't even survive to turn 7 when he could potentially think about playing the glorious.
But
like,
I guess that's
obviously-
kind of the point of the deck. If you get to your glorious, you are kinda winning the game. Nearly on the spot.
Yeah, but most of the time you cannot afford to the glorious because you have empty board, right?
Yes.
And he didn't even get to the spot when he theoretically could use this card, you know? So it's like it's a long way from this spot to winning the game. So yeah, it ends up that the Glorious Evolution deck might be a little bit too slow for the
For
this
Silk's
aggro deck.
tempo heavy lineup.
Yeah. I'm wondering why Nightfall decided to ban the lowest deck from all the decks, because there was a Mordekaiser deck, right?
I think it's because of the Aloops. And the Aloops discarding your only win con is probably
Yeah, that's a very right point, yeah.
a hard detriment in this matchup. Oh.
Okay, so I will take a look if there are some other matches that are not finished yet. It looks like Luna is still playing. Are we fine to move to that game?
Yes, yes, we can move to that game.
Playing against
Vendor T. So yeah, I'm going for Luna.
Okay. Oh, Vendorti is playing Aatrox Morgana.
Yeah, I guess if you will be able to say a little bit more about this deck.
And it looks like we are in a very comfortable spot here. I mean, we are on 4
Sure,
HP.
on 2 HP.
We were on 2 recently.
Okay, no, we are not on 2 anymore.
And we are looking at a timer that is way lower for Luna, but we are still on our second game as well.
You should try
Yeah,
blinking
probably.
sometime.
And I think Vendorti is in a very commanding spot
Time
here.
for the
If
money makers.
he's able to
If
stabilize.
you get one strike spell basically, that, I would say it's a very good deck. Yep. Let's win. There will be like 4 attackers next turn. But like Morgana is doing a lot. And she's level 2 already. Yeah, you can level Morgana pretty fast in this deck.
Come out and play.
Oh, that's a very good set that can be basically. Wait, that's a win, no? Yeah. Wait, that top deck was amazing.
Indeed.
I'm wondering if... Nah, I don't think he could play around that top deck. I mean, obviously depending on... So yeah, so we have... we have... wait, who was that?
We will
That
have
won the
another
game?
game. Oh,
Yeah, Luna won that game, right? Yeah.
no, Luna lost. No, oh, Luna won. Luna won.
Yeah.
Sure.
We don't know if that was the... Which game was that?
Let's see.
I guess we can move for a moment to
Yes,
the
we
customer
can
desk.
move.
And we'll see if there will be more.
Let's see.
So yeah, so for now we have Cirque that won 2-0 against Buff Nightfall. We have Newman that won against Kaizen. That was the match between two Vietnamese players. And Vat that actually was lucky enough to not play the first game because he was supposed to play against Megapuros.
Indeed. And Megapuros is not playing today.
Yeah, exactly, and it also looks like the Luna game is over, I guess.
Yes, it looks like they are done.
So we're assuming that Luna won that. I mean, yeah, she had to win that. So we have all the scores. I mean, we don't know if that was 2-0 or 1-2 yet. As soon as we get the scores. Yeah, Runa won 2-0 against Vendorti. And we haven't seen the Runa lineup, but she was playing like somehow the aggro lineup as well. So also Newman, I think he was also on a more aggro lineup than Kaizen, so all the aggro lineups won in the first round.
Indeed.
So I'm really glad I'm not playing in that tournament because I do not like the tournaments where the aggro decks are beating control decks. Yeah. But those players gonna face each other once again, and maybe we're gonna see like the reverse results, and or the control player is gonna take a revenge.
Let's see.
We will see that soon, and for now, I think we are fine to go for a short break,
We will.
and we see you soon, guys.
Oh.
T'es la meilleure chose qui m'est arrivée, mais aussi la pire chose qui m'est arrivée. Ce jour où je t'ai rencontré, j'aurais peut-être préféré que ce jour ne soit jamais arrivé. La pire des bénédictions, la plus belle des malédictions. De toi je devrais m'éloigner, mais comme dit
Mami, please, deja ese orgullo. Que yo sé que nada es sobre tuyo. Guantanamera, Bahía Guantanamera, Guantanamera.
Darn. Woo! Yeah, bodies. Yeah. If it's poppin', then you know we showing up. Bad beef from the east to you reppin', just throw it up. Real brothers show me love cause they loving the way I puff.
Didn't ask to see the light of day. We were born without a say. Trying to find your...
Here's the story about a little guy that lives in a blue world. And all day and all night, and everything he sees is just blue, like him.
T'es la meilleure chose qui m'est arrivée, mais aussi la pire chose qui m'est arrivée. Ce jour où je t'ai rencontré, j'aurais peut-être préféré que ce jour ne soit jamais arrivé. La pire des bénédictions, la plus belle des malédictions. De toi je devrais m'éloigner, mais comme dit
Mami, please, deja ese orgullo.
If it's poppin', then you know we showing up. Bad beef from the east to you reppin', just throw it up. Real brothers show me love cause they loving the way I bust.
Didn't ask to see the light of day. We were born without a say. Trying to find you.
Here's the story about a little guy that lives in a blue world. And all day and all night, and everything he sees is just blue. Like him, inside and outside. Blue his house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette. And everything is blue for him.
Wie man an der Liebe maximal romantisch lebt, will jeder wissen, keiner hilft uns. Fairplay, Gott sei Dank gibt es Film und Fernsehen, da wo ich meine Bildung hernehme. Glaub mir, das
Yeah, this the real one, baby. I'm telling you, Chi-Town stand up. South side, we gon' set this party off right. West side, we gon' set this party off right. Man,
Hello again.
Welcome after the break. All the matches from the round 1. I mean, I'm calling it round 1. We don't have like real rounds here, but like the matches that started at 4 p.m. are finished. We have all the results, and we are good to go for the second round of today's matches.
Yes. The first game we are spectating is Cirque again versus Kaizen, this time from Cirque's perspective. And I think we can start taking a look at the decks, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So we are
what we are
starting
looking here is again an aggro deck. Such a surprise. And this is the version that I was mentioning before, which is more similar to what I used to play with the crowd favorites, and a lot of smaller units that provides you even more aggro play style. But as we could see before, like even the triple experimenter deck can be like very oppressive.
Yes. So we are seeing no experimenter, only one crowd favorite. So a very bottom heavy deck. No real top end besides burn. So we have 3 copies of Mystic Shot, where Cirque was only running blowback. So we are looking to dominate early, get as wide as possible, and then finish our opponent with Jinx, Mystic Shot, blowback.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Newman's second deck. So we are seeing Echo Zillion, which should be really good in those faster matchups, especially with Zillion. We have seen Echo Jinx being the more prominent of the predict decks, but Zillion makes a huge difference in, especially against aggro. where you are able to have the 1-force deadline, which does wonders against this card, for example, and the time bombs as well.
Yeah, the Zillion version of this deck works very good against all the aggro decks. Echo decks, because you have a lot of predicts, a lot of small units, are already really good to deal with aggro, but this one with Zillion is especially countering all the aggro gameplay. And yeah, that's a very standard list, I would say, for Zillion Echo.
And the last deck we are having is one that looks fairly similar to Buff Nightfall's Glorious Evolution deck, but with a few, I mean basically a lot of changes, but the core shell looks fairly similar.
Yeah. So this deck is also playing just one temple. I see the Mikael's Blessing. If I see correctly, yeah.
Yes.
That's a buff spell that you don't see that much in those type of decks. But it can be a great tool as a surprise factor to save your champions. And this deck is hard playing around the champions, especially when you are not fully committed on a temple as a win con, because a temple on its own is a win con. Let's be honest with that.
Indeed.
So there are like multiple win cons with a Glorious, with champions, with a temple, even with like Lunary Priestess that can give you some celestial win con, or like the Targon Tailstones, where you can find also like some celestial options to close the game. And the Trifecta, obviously. Yeah, this deck is like very diverse if we are thinking about how it can close the games. And it's a deck that it's fun to play, at least for me. Okay, we can go and see the opponent.
Yes.
I mean, we already see those decks, right? So I guess we can do it pretty fast.
Yes. We start with Lulu Z again.
Yeah, Lulu Z. Yeah, what else we can say?
I mean, especially if we are thinking about the lineup against Echo Zillion. I think it's way harder versus Echo Zillion to play than the Glorious lineup.
Oh, definitely, like way harder, way harder mission in front of Cirque than previously, I would say. And I'm not talking about the strength of the players, but just deck-wise.
Yes.
Yeah, and then we have the Kindred Mordekaiser, right? Yeah, I remember correctly that one. So the only deck that is not the aggro one oriented in a Cirque lineup. I think yeah, this deck is like having one Ruination, which is a card that opponent has to think when he's playing against that, but it's again like 9 mana card, and Cirque is playing against some aggro lineups,
yes,
where it's not that useful.
And we only have one copy of Withering Veil and only one copy of two copies of Vile Fields, which are both really good cards in those faster matchups. But we might be able to find and use them.
Yeah. And the last deck, that's discard aggro with triple experimenter and double survival skills. And yeah, I think we can go to the banning phase. So what do you think? What bans can...
We the bans are already decided. We have Kindred, Mordekaiser ban, and Echo Zillion. I think they are fairly reasonable bans for both players. The Echo Zillion can be a huge threat, as we said, for the faster decks. Having access to healing with Kindred, Mordekaiser, and Withering Veil can be a detriment for a discard aggro as well. And it's probably winning against the Aphios Victor.
So we're gonna see the... I mean, we don't know, but there is a chance we're gonna see the mirror of a discard aggro. So we can finally say which version does better in a mirror match. And then I really like to see how the Zetruru is doing into the aggro. Because, like, as an aggro deck, you have a lot of blockers, and you force Zetruru to actually defend, right? To,
yes.
like, trade some units, and that's what Zetruru really don't want to do.
But
we have the mirror. We have the mirror at the start. Yeah, we switching soon to the game screen.
We will switch soon indeed.
Yeah. This time we will see both hands. Yeah, we have access to that. Okay, so now what we see? We see already very wide board from the Newman side.
Time for the main event.
And we have the Battlecaster on the board on both players' side. I would say the Battlecaster is not the best unit in this specific matchup. Because, like, most of the time opponent like is having a similar amount of the blockers, so it really doesn't matter. Yeah, as we can see, it can even attack here.
Indeed. The next top deck is gonna be really interesting, because if we are top decking a discard unit, for example the Sonat Urchin, Jinx could potentially level next turn. But if we top deck something more expensive which doesn't discard, it could take a while to get rid of our hand. And this might make a huge difference in tempo. Yes, the blowback. Indeed. But we do have a hand where we are able to level the Jinx this turn. So this Mystic Shot was a pretty lucky top deck. But there are a lot of good top decks here. Indeed, but we are able to protect Jinx from getting hit by the Augmented. Because we would discard it. We would discard our own Jinx, indeed. Yes. Indeed. A very interesting decision was not playing the crowd favorite this turn. Not crowd favorite, the Draven's biggest fan last turn. He opted to have more mana, I think. Yes, so we manipulate our top deck and we got blowback instead of Draven top deck. Which yes. Indeed. Indeed. So, the first time today we get to see the mulligan. And we see a full mulligan from Draven Jinx. And a 1-2-3 start. Oh, once, wait. And a 1-2-3 start for Cirque. Indeed. And that's a thing you really don't want to do with the Lulu Z deck. Blocking is really uncomfortable because all your units have bonus effects when you are attacking. So you want to attack as much as possible and block as little as possible. Yes. Maybe also the block with the witch. Witch blocking a 2-1. Yes, we can start picking off their units. Yes. Indeed, that's gonna be hard. But there is an option. We do have the option to play our crowd favorite, not crowd favorite, I always mess up the names. The Battlecaster, which buffs everything. And we will be able to get very wide. If we top deck something good with the Sonite Urchin, a blowback for example, Silk has to block a lot of stuff. Indeed. It looks like we won't be able to finish this turn, and if we don't do that, we are kind of dying this turn. So he is going for your line with developing bird, also protecting the witch. Oh, on not developing bird, but be kind of develop another bird. Indeed.
against Kaizen. VOD 1-1 against Vendorti. And yeah, and that's all the results for this round. And let me see if we can yeah, we cannot see the standings, but I can tell you guys that for now, after 2 rounds, Cirque is leading the Group A with 2 wins. And in Group B, we have Lunaya with complete of the wins and VOD as well, but you need to remember that in that group there is just 3 players playing because Megapuros is not here. That being said, we have all the matches completed and we see each other after a small break. Stay with us and see you.
T'es la meilleure chose qui m'est arrivée, mais aussi la pire chose qui m'est arrivée. Ce jour où je t'ai rencontré, j'aurais peut-être préféré que ce jour ne soit jamais arrivé. La pire des bénédictions, la plus belle des malédictions. De toi je devrais m'éloigner, mais comme dit
Mami, please, deja ese orgullo, que yo sé que nada hizo el tuyo. Guantanamera, Bahía Guantanamera, Guantanamera.
Darn. Woo! Yeah, bodies, yeah. Let's go! If it's poppin', then you know we're showing up. Bad beat from the east to you reppin', just throw it up. Real brothers show me love cause they loving the way I pop.
Didn't ask to see the light of day. We were born without a say. Trying to find you.
Here's the story about a little guy that lives in a blue world. And all day and all night and everything he sees is just blue. Like him, inside and outside. Blue his house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette. And everything is blue for him.
Wie man an der Liebe maximal romantisch lebt, will jeder wissen, keiner hilft uns Fairplay. Gott sei Dank gibt es Film und Fernsehen, da wo ich meine Bildung hernehme. Glaub mir, das wird...
Yeah, this the real one, baby. I'm telling you, Chi-Town stand up. South side, we gon' set this party off right. West side, we gon' set this party off right. Man,
contenders ascend to the Alpha League, while the remaining ranks are distributed evenly into subsequent leagues of 8 players each. The tournament adapts to the number of participants, creating as many leagues as needed to uphold the structure. Those who falter and place beyond the cutoff, however, find themselves cast aside, their aspirations halted at the gates of competition. As the league takes shape, 8 champions emerge from the ranks to form the roster for an example run.
It's Draven time!
Follow the wind, but watch your back.
I'd rather be anywhere than here.
What delightful agony we shall inflict.
Another day in the field.
I am more than I seem.
Rules are made to be broken, like buildings or people.
I'm always up for a round or two.
On the first Saturday of the month, the league commences with a double round-robin group stage where players are divided into 2 groups of 4 based on your seeding. Each competitor faces every other player in the group twice, fighting tooth and nail to secure a coveted top spot. Matches here are more than just victories, they are already stepping stones to the final stages. The rankings at the end of this phase determine the seeding for the high-stakes playoffs. The second Saturday of the month transforms the competition into a dynamic playoff bracket that tests both skill and resilience. Players are matched based on their performance in the group stage, with the number of wins required to advance to the finals directly tied to their rank in the groups. Higher ranked players benefit from shorter paths, needing fewer victories, while lower ranked competitors must navigate a more grueling journey to keep their championship hopes alive. In this system, every match carries significant weight. Top performing players from the group stage enjoy a distinct advantage, but even those starting in less favorable positions have a chance to climb back into contention through perseverance and smart play. The playoff structure rewards consistency while offering redemption for those who can adapt and overcome. By the end of the day, only the most deserving players will have secured their places in the final stage, setting the stage for a thrilling conclusion of the month's competition. The journey culminates on the third Saturday with the decisive finals and elimination stage. This stage is not just a battle for titles, but a war to secure or reclaim honor, prestige, and progression. Both the finals and elimination stage will feature a double elimination bracket, in which the grand final will be replayed if necessary. The top 2 players from each league ascend to the next higher tier, carving a path toward the coveted Alpha League, the apex of skill and prestige. The bottom 2 players are cast down into the league below, making room for new challengers hungry for glory. The fourth Saturday of each month offers a smaller qualification tournament where aspiring players from across the community can compete for spots in the lowest league of the hierarchy. Here, legends are born as newcomers seize their chance to enter the league system and climb the ranks. In the Aphrodite Alpha League in its cascading tiers, every card played, every decision made, and every moment matters. This is more than just a competition, it is a proving ground for champions. Will you rise through the ranks, outplay your opponents, and claim your place among the legends? Or will the unforgiving tides of demotion sweep you away into obscurity? The Aphrodite League beckons. Step forward, summon your champions, and let the battle for Runeterra's ultimate glory begin. Welcome to the Aphrodite League, the pinnacle of Legends of Runeterra competition. Prepare to embark on a journey of epic proportions as we unveil the Aphrodite League, the ultimate battleground where the most skilled players in Legends of Runeterra clash for eternal glory. Within every league of this all-year tournament, 8 players test their mettle each month, vying for promotion, fighting against demotion, and etching their names into the annals of Runeterra history. The qualification tournament serves as the ultimate trial by fire, determining the initial hierarchy of the Aphrodite League. Here, all entrants clash in an epic free-for-all to claim their starting positions within the league system. Only the top contenders ascend to the Alpha League, while the remaining ranks are distributed evenly into subsequent leagues of 8 players each. The tournament adapts to the number of participants, creating as many leagues as needed to uphold the structure. Those who falter and place beyond the cutoff, however, find themselves cast aside, their aspirations halted at the gates of competition. As the league takes shape, 8 champions emerge from the ranks to form the roster for an example run.
It's Draven time!
Follow the wind, but watch your back.
I'd rather be anywhere than here.
What?
Yo, hello back. I hope you can finally hear us. We had some issues. I'm not going through all of them. Let's say that it should be good from that point. We are after 2 rounds already, and we are looking forward to the third round of the Aphrodite League. And the match that we are going to cast, it will be Sirk against Kaizen. I guess we can take a short look on the players' decks. So yeah, so here we have Heimer Victor. The control deck that we haven't seen yet today. And the deck that I would say is one of the most popular decks on ladder right now. It is a very fun deck to play. That is relying a lot on the champions. And obviously in some matchups the Heart of a Tree is making a real difference. Did you play a lot against that deck, Arma?
I did play a bunch against Victor Heimer. It's basically one of the most popular Ionia control matchups you can face currently.
Yeah, that's very true. Once you have both champions on the board, then the game starts to look very funny for you. I mean, not fun, you're having a lot of fun basically, that's what I meant to say. I'm not sure about the opponents at that point. Probably they are not having that great time anymore. But you are flooding the board in 1-2 turns. You are getting a lot of challenger turrets that allows you to pull the brokers and get a damage with the other units. And Victor is growing like very fast in a very few rounds. Let's move to the second deck of the Kaizen.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I would say, yeah. So we are looking at the pretty control lineup from the Vietnamese player, because the second deck that we see is Volibear Trundle with Ionia. So it's another choice of a deck that is playing 2 Heart of a Tree. It's a ramp deck, obviously, with a Minach as a way to deal with enemy's board later on, or with it that stairs, depending on what tool you need, basically, to stabilize the game. Also, you can use like 9 mana Singular Wheel to do that. So as another, obviously, Volibear is also a different way to deal with opponent's board. And after leveling, it's a win con on its own, the same as Trundle. And you have a bunch of tool cards to store the game, and you have obviously the ramp cards. So what you're trying to do, you're trying to survive to turn 8, like that's your power turn. And from that, you are starting to taking control of the game with very powerful creatures that you have in the deck.
Indeed. And we have the last deck from Kaizen,
which is finally not the Ionia deck. And that's just a standard Morde Kindred.
Indeed. But we should move on to...
Sure, so... Yeah, I'm gonna see the Kaizen perspective.
Safety disengaged.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, we again missed the balance, and we are in the middle of the first game, I assume.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, it has to be first game. So I imagine that's a very hard matchup for the control player.
Yes. This is probably pretty hard for control, especially since we don't have too many units to go as wide as the discard aggro can. And spells are in general less efficient removal for our stuff. But
And
we do have some healing.
Yeah, but we don't see like any champions. Like Heimer could have stabilized a little bit this board with creating a lot of blockers. But yeah, we see like 6 damage. I think that Cirque is opting to do that.
Yes.
And we see potentially 6 damage in the fence.
I would expect that we see blowback this turn and the experimenter next turn, so we can take advantage of the 1-drop that getting discarded. Otherwise, maybe we are developing.
Yeah, I'm wondering how. Yeah, you're right. But this is like a waste of the.
We are discarding the.
So I think that should tell us that we are not playing experimenter next turn.
Indeed, maybe we just want to play the blowbacks back to back, since we are already at 10 HP.
Yeah, but that means we are not developing board. So actually Kaizen can play the landmark here. But I think he goes always for the Heimer, but maybe not.
I think yeah, Heimer's a way safer play. We get.
It's way safer option. Or you can play the landmark next turn.
Indeed, and now we have the Mystic Shot and the recoil to answer open attacks.
Yeah, now apparently this is not looking that bad for Kaizen. He can stack something. I think I like stacking something, but he's not like under pressure because he is having 3 blockers against 3 opponents. But he opts to not play the turret on the spot. Yeah, he can protect the Heimerdinger and create another turret. Like, the most important thing for Kaizen is to not take any single damage from the creature. But as we can see, that's not gonna happen.
And next turn we are able to develop the Heart of the Tree, which means we are on a comfortable 7 HP.
We might be able to look for a win next turn, honestly. But probably not with this play. But that's a safer option. And this Jinx is kinda unlucky.
Yes, because we are not able to play Experimenter and Jinx.
Yeah, exactly. Now that makes very awkward the play for Cirque. You either go for it.
Going Jinx this turn is very awkward because Jinx can be removed, but if you go Experimenter, the Jinx is getting discarded, and Jinx is a really good card. You don't really want to discard here.
Yeah, Jinx on 3 HP is just way too easy to kill for Dosa, for Kaizen. So I agree with the play of Cirque.
But our top decks also don't look too promising here. We do have a lot of stuff for next turn. So we are able to develop Draven and the Experimenter next turn, but this probably won't be enough. to deal with this full board.
Yeah, I'm wondering at this point what is the win con of Cirque, and it's probably finding another Jinx, getting a rocket, getting some burn. Because
if you find Jinx, you can certainly try to outvalue the Kaizen.
With the big unit or a spell going out from the, coming out from the landmark, I don't think that's possible.
Indeed, and it's pretty hard to get unlucky with this unit since you are manifesting.
Also, Kaizen gonna be threatening some damage going on from his attacks, so yeah, we play Experimenter this turn for sure. But yeah, I think Kaizen just managed to stabilize this game, and I'm not sure if there is much that Cirque can do about that. There was a moment in that game that I was like thinking that Cirque can close the game, but yeah, Dosar was already on 4 HP. We had a Jinx on the Cirque hand, but that's the power of those control decks, that they have a way to heal, and now Dosar is just using full potential of Heimer,
and we are going for lethal next turn.
And that will be lethal, most likely. Because Cirque is left with one unit only. And is Dosar overwriting the landmark?
He
might do that, right?
He might, and
he should do that probably.
I mean, there's some options of getting burst speed blockers, but we are at least getting a lot of damage with the turret. But I think it's safer not to override here.
He didn't go all in, but also he's not in a spot that he has to take any risk.
Because if you get like if Cirque had like Ramage into 2 blockers, one of them being fearsome blocker. Oh no, we actually would have needed 2 fearsome blockers.
Yeah, that's very unlikely.
But it would be theoretically possible to
defend.
Yeah,
I think there was like some theoretical outcome that can stall the game for a moment. But again, that's probably not meaning that Cirque could have won the following turn.
Oh, and we see our first mulligan with Avalanche into the aggro deck, also faces of the old ones, and White Mysticism, 2 decent cards for ramping.
But he decided to get rid of the ramp, and he got rewarded by finding another Avalanche. Like, that's the only way how you can stall this game, probably.
Also, the bounce spells might come in handy for stalling the level Jinx. You're not getting any value from that, but you can 1-for-1 the Jinx. Which
for this deck, going 1-for-1, trading them the same mana is like very good. So we should see Avalanche here.
Yes, which sets up the second Avalanche to kill Draven.
Yeah, exactly.
But Cirque can look for a lot of damage here with the X into the 1-drop.
But forcing Dosar to play, forcing Kaizen to play Avalanches means he is not ramping. But as we can see, he has no ramp anyways.
Yes, he decided to mulligan away every bit of ramp he had.
I don't think we want to trade with the Draven. The Draven is dying to next Avalanche.
Also, we do see the how it's called, the spell that makes you only drop down to 1 HP.
Oh, the survival skills.
The survival skills, which disencourages a trade further.
Yeah.
But I guess
the survival skill is not doing here much.
the survival skills would hit the free drop.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, we cannot make it to hit the Draven because we are having just one axe.
Yes. And it looks like we have to take this avalanche.
But the good information is that 2 avalanche are already played. Opponent is on 11, and I believe that Silk still can go wider than his opponent. And yeah,
I would agree. Also, the top deck of Jinx can be we have Jinx in hand, we have Draven in hand. Both can
and we
be
have
really
access,
decent.
so the leveling Jinx can happen very fast.
Yes. So
actually, even burst, right?
Yes, but Dozar prevents this by bouncing the free drop, so we will most likely not be able to level Jinx next turn.
I'm wondering if Dosar is going to open pass, open play the landmark, or just to ramp. I think he wants to ramp because that sets him up on 8 mana next turn.
For it that stairs to
yeah, so
punish
opponent is forced to open attack.
Develop.
And if they open, you have Weir and Stun. Yeah, going to 8 mana is like very important for Kaizen. Yeah, I'm getting confused because I see a Dosar name, but that's Kaizen obviously. That's just info for you guys. This is an APAC player, so yeah, he's using like a different name on MEA server, but it's Kaizen, yeah. So we have open attack, and as I said, we have 2 answers to that.
But it means that we are using the bounce, not on Jinx.
Yeah, exactly.
And we are tapping out of mana. And now we are able to develop Jinx,
we have
level
perfect
her
mana
up,
to do that.
get the rocket.
Yeah, we have perfect mana to play the rocket and to set up opponent on 2 HP. I don't see. I mean, so Kaizen is probably opening with Volibear because that's the only way how you can kill the Jinx.
Indeed.
And the
But
Jinx
we
is
got
dead, but
our perfect top deck. We are able to get the rocket and 2 damage to Nexus. And Kaizen is able to decide this game for himself.
Yeah, so for the first time we will be able to see the first match today. I mean, obviously for the first time because this is the first match that we are streaming. So now we have 2 control decks. I think that this matchup is favorite. Yeah, what do you think? Who is favorite in this matchup?
I think this is a fairly hard matchup for the Mordekaiser Kindred. I think like the ramp deck is kind of an answer to the Morde Kindred being so popular, and it's kind of hard to play this for both sides, but I think it's favored for the ramp deck, since you have too many answers and you can't discard every one of them.
Yeah, I agree, but I wouldn't say it's like a one-sided match, right? It's like a match that um need to be played smartly from both players, because Kindred is hard to be removed.
Yes. And now we see a beautiful turn for Kindred.
Yeah, just taking two brokers by either. Yeah, that's a niche. I mean, that's a
Oh, this. Oh.
that's not the best play, because yeah, he should look at the eye, which one is getting marked, or just use the soul harvest, right?
That was
Then
very unfortunate.
I mean, you can always check it in the eye, right? Which one is getting targeted.
Yes, yes.
So it's not random. So, but maybe he wanted to leave this so he can hit the thunder next turn. Maybe that was just a fake mode.
We baited Kaizen to play
Yeah,
Trundle.
exactly.
Now
Yeah,
we
now-
have a unit to kill.
Yeah, exactly. That was high IQ play from a Silk side.
And we didn't see that coming.
But Dosar is only 8 mana, and now he's starting to do the magic.
So basically what we are looking for is pushing a lot of damage next turn with the Mordekaiser potentially.
Yes. The
And
problem is
we
that
are
Kindred is
clearing
dying.
Kaizen's whole board with this Kindred again.
The Kindred is
Oh,
dying.
never mind. I forgot about it.
Because she got vulnerable from the pillar. That complicates a little bit. I mean, we have theoretically the Ruination, but I don't feel we will have time to play it actually. And now we will see the power of Singular Will. No, because it got discarded, obviously. But Wheel of Ionia is enough at this point. So Cirque is facing next turn two 8/8 Overwhelm attackers.
Yes. And if Kaizen doesn't play into this Ruination, it's getting fairly hard to remove them.
Yes, I mean, now there is no reason for Kaizen not to open attack. Because he's threatening Vita. Also, he is not having a good development. And the game goes to Kaizen, and are we seeing the first loss from Cirque? I think that's what happened.
Indeed.
The game went to Kaizen 2-1. Congratulations. And because we were setting the things for quite a long time, I don't think we have any match left. Yeah, all the matches are done already. So for your information, Newman won 2-0 against Buff Nightfall, and Runaya won 2-0 against VOD. And the match we were spectating was won by Kaizen, and he won 2-1. Yeah. We're gonna leave you guys for a moment to go on a small break. Stay with us. I'm hoping that like we are not having any more issues, that you can hear us, see us. We should be on. We are on a 3-minute delay, right,
Yes,
Arma?
yeah.
Yeah, we should be on a 3-minute delay. So, yeah, see you guys after the short break, and we will be ready to go with another round, and that will be round 4 if we count the rounds like we did. See you.
Welcome to the Aphrodite League, the pinnacle of
We are back, I guess.
Yes, we are.
We are back, and we are back in the middle of the game because the game that we were planning to cast will be a little bit delayed. I mean, honestly, it won't be delayed because we are way ahead of the schedule. So one of the players just need a little bit of time to set up some things. But we will see that match later. But to not keep you guys for a long break, we are here with a game of two Vietnamese players, of two players from the APAC server that we have here in Aphrodite League. So we're seeing Newman against Kaizen.
Indeed. In a very interesting matchup.
In a very interesting matchup, that's true.
But it's not too favored for the Aatrox player in general, I would say.
And that's the first match when I actually see both players having quite big hands, because in all those aggro matchups, like everybody was on like 2-3 cards most of the time. And here we can finally see a lot of options from both players. So looking at the game state, what do you think, Arma? Especially that you are an experienced player on the Aatrox decks.
I think Kaizen seems to be winning this game in general. But he doesn't have his engine going except Heimerdinger, but it will be pretty hard for the Aatrox player to get through this board of turrets. In general, you want to win this matchup earlier, but there's still a shimmer of hope for our Aatrox player here, because we are Kaizen is not able to remove the Aatrox permanently. He's just able to bounce and recall it. So we are looking at a world at some point, but it is getting denied, and I think Kaizen is winning this one.
That's true for now. Kaizen can have like infinite blockers, but he has no win con at this point. Like, sure, Heimer like provides you infinite blockers, but like most of them can just be blocked by Aatrox that is hitting back after the block. So.
Indeed, and every time we are hitting, we are reducing our world ender, and this Aatrox is getting more and more scary. Also,
and like, yeah,
might actually be able to remove that Heimerdinger at some point, since we have 2 Aatrox spells in hand.
Yeah, but I think he realized that the Heimer on its own is not a win con for opponent.
Indeed.
Oh, those are probably neat. Glorious Evolution if he's playing that card. I assume he's playing at least. We haven't seen the decks. I mean, we've seen the decks, but I don't remember from the previous. But I assume he is playing, and that's one of the options. Another is to get Victor.
Or even the landmark can be enough, depending on what we are drawing from the manifested. What we are getting from the manifested unit.
Yeah. I see double landmark removal on
that's
Newman's
true. So
side.
the landmark won't be enough probably. We could in theory bounce it and deny the other landmark removal, but that's very costly.
Yeah, like Newman is prepared for those landmarks. Yeah, Kaizen having full hand, full board, but he's not doing anything, and with every turn, Newman is reducing the cost of the Ward Ender. That's the name of this
yes.
spell, right? And Morgana is closer to level up. So I'm not sure, like, the game can go in both sides, in both directions.
Indeed, it will be a long game for sure.
Yeah, the games today are pretty fast most of the time. We are way ahead on the schedule. I will be honest with you guys, we set up the schedule for like 1 hour because we knew that Luna is playing in this tournament. But she just decided to go with triple aggro. And yeah, Luna not being on a control decks means that we are just going really fast with this tournament.
Indeed, and we have seen the world and it will be denied, but the main thing we wanted to achieve was probably giving this Aatrox more stats and overwhelm, so we actually cannot deal with
Let's see what
Newman stats just by jump blocking.
Theoretically, you can find some wincon from the Bruheimer spell.
Indeed.
You can get like Glorious Evolution, for example. And Morgana is leveled, as I said, like Newman is progressing his game plan with leveling champions, and like Kaizen more or less is in the same position.
Yes.
Surely he like bounced one unit. I don't mind even blocking here with the unit that has equipment on it, so you can replay equipment as a unit.
Oh, that could be an option, but I think you want to develop Aatrox anyways, just for the
yeah, but you would be able to do both, no? Wait.
Oh yes, because the Aatrox is leveled, but
yeah, Aatrox is leveled, so
if Aatrox sticks, we can actually do both. That's true.
I mean that would be like losing to the Recall, so I see not making that play. Also, the unit that is holding the equipment is like the unit that is buffing the other stuff. So I'm not sure if you want to really buff Morgana just to give her quick attack. Makes sense.
In theory, we could have lethal here with the strike spell onto the turret, but it's a fairly risky play and not really something we want to go for.
But the truth is that we are still progressing the game plan. I mean, we leveled Hammer, so our turrets will be a little bigger, and we have finally the Victor on the board.
We do have the Victor on board. We will not be able to stick Landmark. But Victor alone with the turrets can be a win con if we get like 1 or 2 good keywords.
The thing is, Newman has elusive blockers.
So we basically need a combination of Overwhelm and probably 1 or 2 more keywords, but we probably won't be able to lose this game next turn from Kaizen's side, because he has this blooming butt to remove the Overwhelm from Aatrox.
Now he has Recall as well.
A Recall as well, and we are only dropping to 1 HP through this Morgana.
Yeah, but that means he needs to like cross the game in his next attack, the Kaizen. Because like Morgana attacking twice is lethal threat.
Indeed, it is lethal.
And I don't think they can. They will be able to heal from the landmark because it's getting removed on the spot.
And now this is fairly interesting because we dropped below a lot of mana. So now we are potentially able to close this game out with the Aatrox spell. Because we don't have to play around too many things. But if we don't expect the 2 mana recall, of course.
Yeah, the challenger unit is making every spell more expensive, but Kaizen is still having enough mana to survive with 2. He actually need to play 1 of those spells. So yeah, we will see if basically if Kaizen is able to finish the game on his next attack. He has this spell that give him additional attack with 1 of the units, probably with the Victor if he gets a good. I think it's like a dancing blade.
Yes.
Or
Yes.
somehow.
The
Like that it's called?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Also,
we
we have the blooming butt, so if we get Overwhelm, we could potentially use that proactively to remove the blocker and get a full swing with Victor. Not anymore, but we might be able to find some spells.
But for now, Victor is not having any useful keywords. Let's see. We can try to look for a sneaky win con, but the spell we got, which is called Hexmogulator or something like that. But it's not working on the champions, so that we don't have big enough followers to sneak the win. I mean, obviously we can change into the enemy's follower, which are bigger, but that's not enough.
We do have, if we roll elusive, we could have something here, because
yeah, but that's not.
We have challengers to remove the elusive blockers.
I mean, if we are able to kill this Morgana, we can survive, but we are not able to kill her yet.
So we would basically need burst speed healing next turn to survive the Morgana attack.
And that is not such a card in a Kaizen deck, right? I don't think. Like the only thing I can Nah, I don't think there is anything like that. So he's dealing.
Oh, we can transmogulate our unit here. If
Yeah, but you need to.
if we block, we get an
Oh,
action.
they blocked, so they. Yeah, Morgana is dead.
And we have dealt with Morgana. Now we just need a spell for Aatrox.
Yeah, a good top deck. And we are in a game.
But we still have Anaka. It will be hard, but it looks winnable.
Yeah, that's like we are one game, one card of surviving next turn, depending what Anaka is bringing on the board.
This sadly wasn't the top deck, but a beautiful play on the end with the transmogulator on the challenger unit.
Okay, Luna and Vendorti are ready. Question is, do we want to switch or we want to keep this game? Honestly, this game was quite interesting to watch. Maybe it's just me because I'm a control player and stuff.
I would like to swap to Luna and
Okay.
Vendorti since they have been waiting.
Also, we haven't seen that the second group yet, so that's true. I will tell them that they can start the game, or we want to go through the decks first.
Oh, they can start the game. I don't think there's too much.
Yeah, I think we will have some opportunity to do it later. Okay. But I can tell you that Luna is today on the aggro lineup. And she is playing Luruzet, Draven Jinx, and can you guess the third deck?
Lurk.
I probably see this. Yeah. We have today a Lurk player. And it's the less expected one. Oh, we have this on the screen, okay.
But it could pay off, since we are playing against Udyr, Jarvan and Morgana Aatrox, two decks that are really suffering under Lurk, potentially.
Yeah, the good part is we for sure I mean, as long as they're not getting banned, we're gonna see two new decks. So Udyr Jarvan and Lurk. I think the others we've seen already. We haven't seen the Echo Jinx because there was an Echo Zillion game, I think.
Indeed, we have seen Echo Zillion, I think. But they are starting right now, so
Yes, I'm just spectating. And yeah, let's move to the game.
So we are starting off with Luluzet versus the Udyr Jarvan. Who do you think is ahead here, matchup wise?
Yeah, this is not a style of a deck that I prefer. So I do not have much experience on that. But I can tell from the hands that Vendorti is having way better of a hand. He's basically having everything he needs.
Udyr Jarvan, never mind.
Yeah, that's a Aatrox. Yeah, Vendorti is having amazing hand. He can already... He's already having 3 different equipment.
And the fitting
means...
3 different challenger units for our 3 equipment.
Yeah. Oh, he can basically value trade the whole board next turn.
Indeed.
Like not value trade, but like yeah, like remove. But that should be enough because then Luna is left with just reactive spells. She probably go for like some protection, but you would rather protect your champion, not a 1 or 2 drop. Okay, we have a champion actually.
So this game could still get interesting despite Vendorti's good hand.
Yeah.
Since Luna is able to protect her units here with her spells, so we will get some more attacks. But those challengers are pretty disgusting overall.
Yeah, I think we are playing another challenger as well here. And on the top, we're probably gonna put the blue equipment on one of the units.
Yes, maybe we want to threaten mana for one spell, but there's probably no need to here.
I don't know if he's playing single combat in his deck. If not, like there is not a real. I mean, you can bluff something, but I really like what he's doing.
Yes. Also, we see this form up isn't doing anything too worrisome here because
the Broadwing.
It would kill the Broadwing, but our unit still dies.
Yeah.
So these pulls are pretty decent.
Yeah, I agree. Because if Luna is going to accept that, then she's left with only Z. And Z on its own probably won't be able to carry that game. But I might be wrong. The Lulu Z deck proved that it's able to do some very unexpected stuff. So Luna is opting to save 2 units.
Also, we are going to be able to replay 2 units this turn with the 1 mana spells.
We are getting a very cheap Z and probably a cheap 2 drop as well.
Indeed, but we are kinda out of value at this point. And Vendorti still has his Aatrox, which is going to be drawn after the Darken Ages is played.
But not having the recall spell for next turn means that if Vendorti decides to go for the Cataclysm on Z, the Z is dying. Oh, no, never mind, we top decked.
We
top decked the protection.
But this Morgana is pretty disgusting on that.
Yeah, that's a Morgana turn. It's like way safer.
A beautiful top deck if Luna decides to unshackle the Z. Luna doesn't have enough mana to play her buff spells. And that... Oh, actually we can buff that. Oh no,
that can attack.
Morgana's buffed as well, I didn't see that.
Yeah, but that can still attack.
With
if we buff it with the 1 drop.
With the 1 drop, indeed. So this Morgana's just taxing mana, basically.
So I think Vendorti will block with one of the units, the Z, to prevent the level up. Because then he can pull the Z and make sure it dies. He don't want the Z to be on the 3 HP after it's leveled up.
Indeed.
Going to 6 HP is not a big deal.
Yes, because this deck doesn't run too much burn. or at least any burn. So we only need to worry about elusive units. And of course them going wider.
Having Morgana with 2 interaction also means that we are not actually on the 6 HP.
Indeed. And we
Yeah,
are getting a free attack with this Morgana, also healing.
Yes, I really like this open attack. Also because our hand is just full of the tools that are reactive or they're not providing too much for the like developing.
Yes, we probably are looking for playing an equipment this turn, so we do have development for next turn with the Aatrox. But until then, we are free to open attack. And we are not pulling the Z, which is fairly interesting. Which means that the blocker, the Z, is not getting 5 HP with the twin disciplines, so the bird lives.
Yeah, that was quite interesting.
Also fairly patient, and now we are able to rally here. And we kinda have to rally just to use our mana.
I think when Doctor realized that he's in such a comfortable spot that he can play around every possible card.
Indeed. And now this Morgana is...
And now Luna is like in a... like in a lose-lose position. There is... yeah... like that on its own, it looks it's not enough. But the start from the Vendorti side was extremely good. Challenger units, that's exactly what you need. And if you get good equipment on the top of that, then you can value trade all the opponent's unit or force the opponent to react somehow with the spells that they don't want to do.
Also, we were in a... Vendorti played it really well. Luna was had this form up and
Luna
twin
has to
disciplines for a long
double buff
time,
the Z.
but never wasn't able to use them.
Yeah, double buffing Z, that seems kinda sad, especially that Vendorti has like 2 ways to kill the Z right now. And because of that, the game is very over. So first game goes to Vendorti. I mean, yeah, Luna realized that double rally without any unit is not going to win her a game. So yeah, because we joined the game. Yeah, so we are moving to the second game of this BO3, and we see a new deck with creatures that we like very much. Doggos, beards. You know, guys, that's the Freyord creatures are the best.
There's just a certain reptile missing.
Yes, everyone likes them. And already having the 4-drop, which is very important for the deck.
Can also be really important for the aggro matchup, since our AoE spell, the slow speed AoE spell, will deal 2 damage, which can be an important threshold for killing stuff.
Yeah, it's like one-sided avalanche that... I mean, no, this is double-sided, but...
Basically two-sided.
Yeah.
But
it's kind of
we know Avalanche is a pretty decent card in aggro matchups.
I agree. Okay, but here we have an example why you don't really want to play triple experimenter in your deck.
But the good thing here is that the first experimenter will discard other experimenters. Which means that we are not breaking up too... I mean, basically our early hand is ruined, but we are not stuck in the position where we are playing back-to-back experimenters.
Yeah, that's true. But that means you are not getting any more the experimenter to refill, but it won't be probably too slow anyways. But like, when I'm looking at the game state, that's actually Vendorti who is applying the pressure, not Luna. With the Zongo. And with this double buffed Broadwing.
Indeed. Also, the Blade-bound Berserker, the 4-drop could mean that with a combined with a stance, Luna actually has to worry about taking damage, because we will be able to get 2 overwhelm units.
Yeah.
Which will be able to threaten lethal maybe in 3 turns.
Yeah, I'm assuming this game we are not going for a double AoE spell, because our board is already wider. Now it's equal. So here is easy development of the 4-mana unit. And I assume Luna is playing the 2-mana unit Baboon. Maybe into the... Yeah, I'm wondering if she opts to go for double discard this turn to get 2 new cards, but honestly, if you are discarding the whole hand anyways next turn, is that worth?
You're basically getting... you have basically 1 less mana, but you see 2 more cards basically. Which could be more discard fodder. Maybe a card you want to play before the experimenter. Also a vision could be really good. If we top deck vision, for example, getting a buff for this whole board.
I'm wondering if the resources that Vendorti has are enough to close the game.
The problem for Luna is that Vendorti is still at 17 HP. And if Luna wants to attack, she's always trading into those regen units.
Yeah, those units are not dying.
Which are getting favorable trades. And now with this Inner Beast top deck, we also have a win condition with Overwhelm at some point.
Yeah, I guess it's... It will be probably... I'm just wondering if Vendorti is able to close the game in next attack. Or he needs like 2 attacks. Like the Broadwing will go to... Like the Overwhelm on the Broadwing is not that effective because
no, Overwhelm
it buffs
on... Oh no, Overwhelm on Broadwing still goes to the health. I mean the attack is useless, but we still have...
Yeah, but yeah, I know, but like you are losing this 2 buff for the attack, right?
Yes,
Kinda.
But we also have a strike spell to back this Overwhelm up.
Yeah.
So this might be enough. I'm not
Especially
entirely
that...
sure.
Probably you want to play the Jarvan from the hand. Just to put Overwhelm on it.
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking about.
So we have Jarvan, which has 7 attack at this point, probably.
Probably leveled, right?
But
Okay.
we decide to go for an open attack, it looks
So
like.
we get... So Venati is taking a totally different line.
But
And...
with Luna developing, this looks like the correct line, I think.
Yes. So if he plays the... Yeah. I mean, Yeah, he had to pre-commit that.
And we do have lethal here.
Yeah. So yeah, those resources were enough for Venzorzi to close the game. But as we said at the start, like, he had very good hand, while Luna was on a triple experimental hand. That happens. And that was the second.
Our second game.
Yeah, that was the second win for Vendorti.
For Vendorti, indeed.
Yeah, because Luna played the Z Lulu. And she lost with that. So, Vendorti won 2-0 that game. And let's see what are the other scores of this round. So Newman won against Kaizen 2-0. Cirque again managed to beat 2-0 Buff Nightfall. And that's all for that round. Yeah, you can see here they are updated already.
Oh,
so...
they are still updating.
Oh, they are still updating. Okay. So how many rounds we have?
We have 2 more rounds to go.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. 2 more rounds. And the next round we will be looking to spectate the VOD against Vendorti game. It will be the first game of VOD that we are going to spectate. So stay with us if you want to see how he gonna perform. See you guys after the small break. And hello back. We are just in front of the fifth round of today's games. We are still in a group stage of Aphrodite League. And the game we are gonna spectate in a couple of minutes, that gonna be VOD against Vendorty. We haven't seen VOD yet, so I'm curious what decks he brought today.
So we can take a look at...
But first we gonna... Oh, we have a VOD. And he is playing one of his comfort decks, which is Aphelios Victor. We've seen this deck today already. I think Kaizen was on that deck, if I'm not mistaken.
Indeed. Also, Buff Nightfall is also on that deck today, but on a bit different version of Aphelios Victor.
But we see here 0 landmarks and 2
glorious
and
evolutions.
Yeah, exactly. And we can see the Solari Priestess, the card that we haven't seen in a previous decks. I think there was a Lunari Priestess in one of the decks, but the Solari we haven't seen. That's a little bit more consistent option, because you are getting the Celestial from the specific cost. From a Lunari you can get like basically everything.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of protection for the champions as well. We have the shield, we have the vigor, double tailstone. So this deck is about protecting champions and playing the 10 mana spell. The second deck of the VOD is a deck that we haven't seen today, because I'm assuming it's Nyla Ezreal.
Yes, it is Nyla Ezreal.
I think that is a deck that was quite popular at the beginning of the season, if I remember correctly.
It was very popular. I was a big doubter of this deck being good. It looks too good to be true. Playing Sunken Temple, waiting one turn, playing Ruined Dregs. And my thought process was that a Sunken Temple is just too unreliable. But it turns out that you don't even need Sunken Temple in this deck. Just by playing the V-Crush and Nila, you get enough draw cards to enable Ruined Dregs, and even if you discard those, you did level Ezreal in the process and are most likely able to finish the game.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point on which I had a discussion with Vat not a long time ago, because I told him that this deck just lose without the temple, but he proved me that, as you said, they don't really need a temple. Obviously, if the temple can stick for one turn, it enables like Nyla is like auto level up, and the Rexes are alive. So having that one turn of a temple surviving is quite important. But even without the temples, like, you can find some cheap damage with a elusive. You can put some slipstreams in the opponent decks. So yeah, definitely the deck can win without the temple.
Okay, and we have the last one, Ecozillion.
So the only thing I see here, which is not always a choice, is Aftershock. But that's the only way how you can have a Runwalk removal in this deck. And it's also good, for example, in the mirrors when you can kill the opponent's echo.
Indeed. Aftershock is a really sweet tech card here. Also 2 quick sets, that's also something we don't see too often. Most people only run 1 of. Which gives you a bit more interaction in certain matchups.
Yeah, so that were the VOD decks, and let's move on to the vendor T ones.
Okay. We're starting with the VOD Jarvan again. Just a sweet glimpse at that.
Yeah, we've seen this deck today performing pretty good. And let's see if they can repeat that. Because
see.
This deck might sometimes be a little bit inconsistent. Because you have no draws in the deck, so you cannot repair your hand when it's not good enough from the beginning.
And then we have Echo Jinx. A fairly similar looking list, but we are only running 1 Aftershock.
Yeah, here it's 1 Aftershock, but I totally understand people, players going for the Aftershock. Also, I like it more in the Zillion version, because we can cord that version a little bit more controlish, if that makes sense, because you have like AoE, you have like 1 more predict. Here you sometimes want to get rid of the cards with a Jinx, and Aftershock, if you look at the others deck, at the others cards in the deck, is one of the more expensive cards, which may interrupt the Jinx level up sometimes. That's why I like it more in the Zillion version. Also, like getting like doubling on Aftershock with a level Zillion might be a sweet option.
Indeed. And the last deck we have is the Morgana Aatrox again, we have already seen. And now we see there's no single combat, just Gentleman's Duel, which is, in my opinion, one of the best strike spells you can run. It feels really good, especially in this deck. And
I'm a little bit surprised that this is the only Aatrox deck that we are seeing today, because the Aatrox decks are like, in my opinion, there are those decks are quite consistent.
They are really consistent. The problem in the current meta is that you are running into a lot of Mordekaiser and Ramp, and both are pretty miserable matchups to face.
Yes, but on the other hand, if we look at today's decks, I think there is quite more of an aggro decks. So maybe that the Aatrox deck wouldn't be that bad of an idea, but honestly, there is like a high. There are many different decks today.
Indeed.
We've seen like also quite of a control decks. I think there are two more the Kaiser decks. So yeah.
Okay.
I can see why the other people haven't decided to go for the Aatrox.
But now we can jump into the games. They have already started.
Yeah. Okay.
And
I was thinking for a moment that we're seeing Lurk, but there is no Lurk.
Me as well. But we are starting with a game of Udyr Javan versus the Jenna Nila. Not Jenna Nila, Ezreal Nila, actually.
Yeah, I was really confused with the Lurk creature, but it was just randomly generated from the 2-drop from the Marai.
And this game goes really fast, it looks like. We are looking at a strong Udyr charging in with a strong Javan next open attack. That is one hell of an aggro start for the Udyr Javan deck.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that the Udyr deck is one of the best counters to the Ezreal Naira. Because it has ways to destroy the landmark with explorers, and because like the region combination of Bridgewater and PNZ struggles with dealing with those high health units that can regenerate and stuff.
Indeed. Getting rid of high HP units is really hard, especially for the PNZ Bilgewater region combination, who don't have access to kill spells. Right now,
like this Udyr is like out of the reach of the VOD removal spells, and it's threatening Rita next attack basically.
Indeed.
Yeah, he's just using all the buffs that he has on this Udyr. Udyr is leveling.
And there's basically no way we are defending this, since we don't have freezes, we don't have kill spells, we don't have stuns. And Watt is fishing for something, but I'm afraid there's nothing we can find for 2 mana. And this game is decided.
18-16 Udyr is enough, definitely, to cross that game.
Okay.
But now Vendorti has to win with the Echo Jinx.
Indeed.
Yeah, I need to restart the client, so you won't be able to see my side for a moment, but that's not a big deal. I will be back soon with the Vendorti hand.
And we see Watt running the Ezreal Nyla again, but we don't have Nyla in hand yet, which is a really important card to get early on, just to shuffle those slipstreams for free. Uncontested.
True.
With the power of time, the possibilities are endless.
This matchup should be favorite for the Ezreal Naira.
Indeed, it is really hard to stick your Echo in this matchup. I would say nearly impossible.
Yes, that's true. Like, VOD is having too many effective removals for Echo. All the aftershocks, all the tailstones. We have beam as we can see.
Indeed, but it certainly is a winnable matchup, but still a very hard one. So since Echo can pull off some crazy stuff, since it is a predict deck.
Yeah, that's true.
Are able to high roll.
From my experience, Echo player has to apply pressure and like put on the board some threat, like threat after threat basically. So Ezreal Nila do not have time to develop the temple. But Vendorti actually has an answer for the temple already in hand.
You're between me and glory.
And as we can see, Vendorti is probably looking to play the Echo next turn into the voices, and he gonna squeeze somewhere the 1 mana unit as well.
But Echo is getting answered even by a 2 mana spell. Which
Yeah,
is
that's very painful. That's very painful.
fairly painful indeed.
But now Vendorti has the revive spell in a deck. He's thinking about probably either getting another Echo or just skipping to find the Chrono Break.
Indeed.
But I'm not sure if Chrono Break with that board, obviously like there is voices coming, will be enough.
One more issue with this matchup is that you want to have a full board with your Chrono Break, and the Ezreal Nyla deck has so much removal that it is kind of able to force you to lose your board. And in more board-based matchups you can decide to not block certain attacks just to preserve your board and get bigger swings with the voices and Chrono Breaks.
That's exactly the problem that the goal of the Vendorti deck is to put as many units as possible on the board, and like that deck is about to removing the unit because you actually want to target opponent unit. So that's like a very I wouldn't say it's very easy matchup, but like it's definitely favorite for Ezreal and Nyla, as we said, and as we can see from the image, it's looking pretty solid for VOD.
And we even have some more value in hand with the Tailstones into draw, so we are not even running out of value, and even with just this hand we would have enough to deal with at least Echo voices.
I'm wondering if Vendorti is going to wait one turn with this Echo, so he can maybe top deck the Chrono Break. So now VOD should be aware if he was like looking carefully enough on a Vendorti hand, that Vendorti is not having that Chrono Break, because this Aftershock is in the Vendorti hand basically from the beginning of the game.
Indeed.
So yeah, if he was basically tracking that stuff, he should know.
But it is a very hard thing to keep track of.
But I think, yeah, but that praise means that he didn't. But if you had that information, that basically wins the game, right? Because you remove like both threads.
Indeed, that
now Vendorti actually can find the Chrono Break, and the things can get scary for that. But I agree that it's like very hard to keep a track of all the cards.
Finding Rite of Negation here would also be pretty nuts. Getting another predictive Echo, also 7 damage on top.
Yeah, what, not having another answer. So now Vendorti has actually some outs. Okay, not going for that, so I think I like going, like predicting on the stack, probably.
Oh, we can... Oh. And
he having?
We skipped the predict and got Kate.
It's not bragging if you could back it up.
Yeah, I'm wondering what is the VOD next move? Is he just going to play the temple? Or is he trying to remove the
I think
voices?
playing Temple here is fairly reasonable, since your
Yeah.
hand is slow speed and you would like to have fast speed.
But now
monsters.
Vendorti is on the predicted card, so Vat has no idea what that card is. Now it makes easier. Now Vendorti, I'm not sure if he shouldn't be bluffing here. Because now even if you top deck the Chrono Break without the voices, it's like kinda useless.
Indeed. And we were
I
going
don't,
for
I don't really see a reason. Oh,
Ha! This is
okay.
a decent top deck.
I'm wondering if that was predicted. I didn't pay attention to that. But if that was predicted, playing that card last turn definitely made sense.
And we were lucky enough to hit the Jinx with the
Yeah,
Make
that,
It Rain.
that was crucial.
No. I would probably have just beamed the Jinx here. But this means we do have beam for another threat coming up.
The problem, if that threat is another Jinx, then we are dead to the rocket.
And we do have the Rex and Ezreal to deal with maybe 2 blockers from Vendorte.
Yeah. Also, this Ezreal gonna slowly be threatening lethal, but we don't have enough spares in a hand yet. But like on its own, the attack with Ezreal is like 2.
Indeed. Now Rex can even attack. We get like either one good trade, or we are
I
taking
would say
for more
Vat is
damage.
favorite, but it comes to the top decks now. And we have top Jinx on the top of the deck.
And this is game winning, right? There's no way we are healing up. And when Dorothy finishes this
So because
game,
of the changes on a predict, like some time ago, you can actually now stack the predict. But I don't think Vendorti predicted enough time to do that.
didn't
I think it
as
was just
far
a
as I
pure.
know.
Yeah, it was just a pure. Let's say it that way, like Vendorti is a good aggro player. Top decking things means you need to have that ability to be a good aggro player. So that is another game from Vendorti, and he won 2-0.
Indeed.
He got a revenge on the VOD, because VOD actually won their first match that they played against each other today. So good job, Vendorti. Well played. Let's see if we have other matches finished already. And it looks like we have all the results of the 5th round of today's matches. Newman won 2-0 against Cirque. Kaizen managed to beat Nightfall 1-2. And now we had 2-0 for Vendorti. Yeah, and now we are close to the finish. We have just one round in front of us. We have Lunaya and Vat as a last match of today. And I will be honest, I'm kinda hyped for that match. First, because we haven't seen too much of those players today. And the second, because they actually brought some interesting decks with Vat on the Ezreal Naira and Lunaya on the Lurk. So yeah, we will see who's gonna take that victory in the last game. But that's gonna happen after a small break. stay with us, and we see each other in a couple of minutes. Hello guys, back and welcome to the last final round of the Aphrodite League, the first week of that event. I'm here with a new guest, with a new caster. Hello Listless.
Hello, hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. How about you?
I'm already a little bit tired, to be honest.
Yeah.
And it's not because of the casting, because it went pretty good, but we had some technical problems at the beginning of the transmission, and basically because of that. Yeah, I think you are here in the right moment, because I believe that we have one of the most interesting matches just in a second. Lunaya against VOD. You probably know both of those players. Do you have like opinion who
I
can
know
be
Luna.
better?
Who's the other person?
VOD. You know him?
Vod. How you spell their name?
Yeah, he's streaming lately a little bit.
Okay. I don't recognize the name.
Okay.
Maybe I'll recognize their handle. But Luna I know, very solid player. Chokes a little bit sometimes, but you know, she doesn't let the nerves get to her. She's really, really solid.
Yeah, we're gonna see if she will prove that in a coming game, and I think we can move to the decks that players brought today.
Okay.
We see the Lunaya deck first of her choices, and as I said already, I'm pretty surprised with the choice of triple aggro lineup. We see Draven Jinx here.
Okay. Looks pretty standard. 2 of survival skills. Okay. Stump Dredger.
Yeah, we see triple Experimenter.
Mm-hmm.
And we already see Lunaya being stuck with 3 of them in one of those games today. So
Yeah.
it might be a little bit too much, honestly.
Yeah. Typically I'll run. When I was playing a lot of Annie Jin, Experimenter, you know, it was a 1 of or a 2 of. 3 of makes sense. If you're going for a longer game, if you're expecting it to draw out and then you're really itching for something like it benefits blowback a lot. It benefits survival skills a lot. Because you just dump your whole hand.
Yeah.
And then if you get blowback, you have 2 cards to discard. You know,
I
you're
can
getting
understand that, especially with the survival skills, you are looking for maybe a little bit longer game with more resources and more possibility to give your champions way to survive.
Yeah, absolutely.
But moving to the second deck, we have tempo deck. Quite spicy list, but we already seen another player on that list today, and this
what's
deck
funny?
can be like very powerful.
I was actually gonna run this deck in the next Sieges. I actually think it's really good.
Yeah, we talked with Arma previously, and I told him that this deck is very underrated in my eyes.
This deck is very good.
And I think it proved today in a couple of matches that it can win the games very quickly, and it's very powerful when it draws the champion, because like this deck is about the champions. You have a lot of protection for them, you have a lot of buffs with your followers.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really, all you need to do is slam Lulu with a unit on board, or Zed, just raw dogging it. Either way, like once you do that, the game is basically. If the opponent can't answer it on the spot, the game's a little rough.
And like 4 rallies is something that can be scary for like the ramp decks or like some greedy control decks. They don't like when you are rallying on them.
Exactly. It's really, really hard for them to deal with.
And let's take a look for the third final deck of Runaya lineup, which is Lurk. I guess it makes sense with this lineup because you are playing 3 pretty fast decks.
Lurk.
And explosive ones.
Lurk is a deck that I swore off of because it's really good on paper. It's really good on average. But every now and then, you're just gonna fucking... It's part of my language. You're just gonna hit the board, and you're gonna miss Lurk twice, and you're gonna cry because you've got a bunch of 1/1s on turn 4.
Or you're gonna high roll and you're gonna end the game on turn 5 with like...
Yeah, or you just
attack units, right?
Yeah, or you swing
it's like
with
a gamble a little bit with this deck.
It's absolutely gambling. However,
even that you have like some predicts in a deck,
right?
Like, yeah, that's a lot of gambling most of the time.
Yeah, and it's like you sure you can play Forsaken Bakai, but it's so easy to remove if you play it on 1, and it's hard to swing with. I like this deck and I don't like this deck.
Yeah, I have exactly the same. That when it works, but there are like some scenarios when you are like very sad while playing this deck, and
yeah. It's like a Magic the Gathering deck.
Yeah.
It's you're just playing Magic the Gathering, playing this deck. You know, every now and then you're just gonna be sad. And that's the game. That's the game you chose to play when you woke up in the morning.
So yeah, a little bit of Magic in Runeterra. Let's move to the VOD decks. And here we have some more standard deck. like the choice that we already seen today a couple of times. So Aphelios Victor, very fun deck to play in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Double Glorious Evolution as a win con, Champions as a win con. You have way to get some Celestials with Priestess, with Targonian Tailstones. I think it's a solid deck.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a deck that I know Prism Sword loves.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's a very solid deck.
The deck used to be played with like temples, but I think people realized that with so many landmarks removals, like with Aftershock rotating back like some time ago, probably temple is not anymore. Most of the time it's just mana inefficient play when you are trading 5 mana for like 3 mana removal or even less.
Yeah, when you play Temple, you're hoping for a lot of value later on, but if it, you know, it hits the board and then does nothing, well, you just lit 5 mana on fire.
Yeah, most of the time Glorious Evolution is a solid win con. Obviously it can get countered by some denies.
Yeah.
But probably in matchups that VOD is looking for, so those aggro Luna decks, he won't be able to play the card anyways. It's like too slow. But he has like Younglings to survive the early aggression, so he can be fine. We will see. Let's go to the second deck of that lineup. And that's a Nyla Ezreal, the deck that was really popular on the beginning of the expansion. I mean expansion, like... Okay, let's be honest, like at the beginning of the rotation.
Yeah, when you're saying expansion, you mean like literally a year ago.
Yeah, I meant the rotation, but...
Yeah,
that's a deck that is actually playing a temple, and the temple is pretty important in this deck.
Yeah, I agree.
It enables the Nyla, it enables the Rex.
Mm-hmm.
But... Yeah, go on.
I think it's hard to play this deck without Temple. I don't think this deck exists without Temple.
Yeah, I have multiple discussions about that issue. And there are people that are proving that you can play the deck without the Temple, especially that we have some elusive unit that you can like cheaply do some damage. You have the Nyla, which is hard to block early on.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get like some slipstreams in a deck, then you can enable the smaller Rex with that.
Yeah.
And like Ezreal is leveling very fast. So you have some tools. All depends on the matchup basically. Sometimes you need that temple, that's true.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And the final deck of that lineup should be Zilean Echo. What do you think this is about the Echo decks? Because there are some options. You can play the Echo with Zilean, you can play the Echo with Jinx, you can play the Echo with Sivir.
Yeah. I've been a little bit out of the meta, so I'm not as familiar with the Zillion decks. However, I feel like Echo's a very, very strong champion, and his shell is really, really strong. So if if you can slot Zillion into that gives you a really solid win con. It's just really hard to deal with. It's the same as Echo Jinx. The Echo Jinx is very, very difficult to deal with. That's why it's been so prevalent in the meta. Even now, I think Echo Jinx is better than Echo Sivir.
Those decks are like... I mean, all those decks are pretty similar. As you said, the shell is like the same. As you look at those cards, even that you haven't seen the Zilean deck, you look at the deck and you see basically the Echo Jinx, right? But just Zilean instead of Jinx. And that's because it gives like even more consistency in a deck with another predict and like another anti-aggro tool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's you know,
yeah.
it's the P&Z shell. P&Z, it's more leaning towards P&Z control. So like you have the aftershocks, you're really leaning in. You've got your, I mean, you run right, but you know, Agun to Clockling wasn't in Echo Jinx as far as I'm aware.
It depends on the player and their preferences.
True, yeah. But still, it's definitely a lot less burn and more predict, more setup, more consistency.
Okay, I think we gonna be moving to the bans.
Okay, Echo Zillion ban makes sense. I would expect a Lulu Z ban from VOD, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Lurk here. As for Luna,
I assume.
I think Luna has to ban Aphelios.
I guess we will see soon because we are already. Are we already in the Mulligan phase? I'm wondering who is favorite because we see the discard aggro against Naila Ezreal. Ezreal is pretty good into removing the units, but it's missing healing.
Yeah.
Rocket Barrage seems like a good card.
Yeah.
Like a good anti-aggro. Oh.
Yeah, and hitting it this early is really, really good for a VOD. Because that's one of the things that can really make Luna sad here. You know.
So Luna can go really wide this turn. She can go basically. I think she can go on 5 units wide. Oh, we see what she decides to do.
Going 5 wide. Oh, that's a lot of 1 health units going into turn 4.
At least Vat is not having enough mana to rocket barrage that this turn.
He will next turn though, which is that basically I don't think Luna can afford to overcommit here. I think she goes 3 wide or she goes 4 wide and then just waits for the next turn.
But I also think that PNZ Beachwater has so many different removal options that it's extremely hard to play around everything. Because if you play around Rocket Barrage, then you run into like a Mystic Shot or like Aftershock. They have like.
True. And I'm not saying just playing a ground Rocket Barrage. I'm saying if she commits hard here and she gets shut down, there's nothing else she has. She's totally out of
game. That's true. I mean, at least she is on a Jinx in her hand. So that's like some option to recover, like some option to find the cards and like the win con, but I'm pretty sure Vat is aware that with the state of the board and his hand, like Jinx might be like the only win con for the Luna.
And then Rummage is another good one as a backup.
Oh, Rocket Barrage seems so good.
Yeah.
From this point, basically, the only thing that Vat has to do is to keep like options to kill the Jinx.
What's Luna's next turn? Oh, this is actually a very easy one.
So is she going to level up the Jinx this turn?
Yeah, I mean you have to play Jinx and then flip her.
This
So you play
dying to
Jinx.
the double aftershock, right? But
True, but you have to commit to the double aftershock.
yeah, I
You
agree.
can't-
I agree with that. Like, playing here safely doesn't accomplish anything. It will
No.
even get worse because opponent will be able to play a temple.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to play Jinx here. You have to play Jinx. And then spinning axe into Rummage. And just burn your entire hand, get Jinx to 4 health.
Yeah, exactly. Oh.
Oh! Oh, that's... Oh. Okay. I mean, what I said doesn't change.
Yeah, I'm surprised because
That's... Oh, that's very good for Luna.
yeah, what is left with one blocker? One blocker, like Nyla is gone with a rocket.
Yep. Well, Nyla's gone anyways with Vision. Or what's the...
Yeah, but I think what Luna is looking to do, she's looking to maximize the damage, so she's gonna pull apart the another blocker.
Is she?
I think I would Rummage here, play a rocket, and like pull the other blocker, and Jinx is hitting for like 6 damage.
Yeah. That makes sense,
The-
yeah. Oh, it's survival
This is
still
not
next
dying
turn?
probably next turn. I mean, depending on the top deck, but imagine we get like another Jinx.
Yeah.
You can answer with a, or like
Even-
even a Blowback, right?
Yep. Yeah, and the fortunate thing about Aftershock is it's a slow speed spell.
Obviously,
Oh, wait, no. There's Temple. There's... Never mind. VOD won't even get the choice of what he has. He loses all of those Aftershocks.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, obviously we have like the caster vision, but
Yeah, he's gonna need to high roll a teeny,
like,
and there we
Vad
go.
took like unnecessary risk with this temple. I think he was
Mhm.
fine just killing this Jinx on the spot. Sure, now the Jinx is dead, but the Luna actually has a refill.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure there is a combination of cards that Luna can get to still win the game.
I think Luna wants to save what she has for next turn. Inventor's not bad here though.
Yeah, I think.
Or Experimenter.
I like this play. I think keeping that for the next turn wouldn't be enough. Like, she needs another Jinx basically. Get one more rocket and finish with some burn. That's what I'm thinking.
I agree with that.
Yeah, that's amazing how fast the like how good is the temple for the Ezreal Naira deck. Like it's opening so many options. You
That's
have
disgusting.
like you have deal free for 2 mana. You have Rex that clears basically the whole board and do like and insta levels Ezreal in one turn. You have Naira that is leveled basically one turn in one turn.
Remind me, does Sump Dredger draw? Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Ruined Rex. Low rolls a teeny tiny bit, but it shouldn't
Yeah,
be.
it was not the best hit. Were not the best hit. Because yeah, just killing one unit.
Yeah, she's gonna lose one of these units to Mystic Shot, but
But still some damage is...
I wanted to see Draven's biggest fan first. Maybe she doesn't even want to play it though.
I mean, I guess top decking the Draven is not good at
No,
this
not
point
the
of the
best.
game. But also, yeah, I guess top decking Draven means you lose the game.
Pretty much, yeah. Because you need
Playing that
a
unit, it deals just 2 damage, so probably not not enough at this spot. Yeah, I would keep it and try to survive maybe. But like the snowball happened from the VOD side. The
Oh,
snowball
no.
happened and Israel is leveled, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Runa is pretty healthy still, but that's not gonna last for a long time.
No, 16. She's got 2 turns.
Yeah, probably next turn she's dead just to Israel.
Yep. Yeah, she's gonna need Jinx and
Or yeah, probably not this turn because Val is not having enough mana.
no. And she's gonna need Jinx and like 3 miracles.
Yeah, but overall I think it's a hard matchup for the discard aggro with the amount of removal the Ezreal Naina has.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
we see
no,
the top deck
Rick.
that is not doing anything. And that should be able to easily close the game right now, I assume.
I think
Or
so.
he can just
Yeah.
play with being a little bit more patient and just, yeah, that he opts to do.
Just passing back.
Yeah, with 4 mana, Luna can't kill him. And
Flip. Jinx is good.
Jinx is good, but she's too late.
Yeah, I don't think it's enough.
If that Jinx appeared like 2 turns ago, then there was a chance, I think. Yeah, now I imagine this Ezreal can easily do like 15 damage with defense or something like that.
Yeah, she's already dead. 15 damage easy.
Okay, so Vat is leading 1-0. And now he has to... Yeah, we don't know the ban. We don't know the ban, but...
I'm assuming it's a Phelios Victor. Because I don't know how you win with any of these 3 decks into that.
Okay. So it was actually the Zilean deck.
Interesting.
So we do not see any champions yet in a Luna's hand. Followers, but they are like... I mean, they can apply some pressure on its own. On their own.
I think this might end up being the classic Ionia Demacia.
Yeah, but
where,
without the champions, that's gonna be hard. And Vat is having like pretty good hand with the 2 champions. I think it can depend if Luna is able to find a champion in next 2 turns.
Yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, this Demacia Ionia archetype really depends on whether you can draw your champions.
We can look in here probably for the meteor shower from the Solari Priestess. But we got instead the challenger unit, which is quite too expensive for those small creatures that Luna has in the deck. And now
On the other hand, I actually think the challenger is really, really good against Zed and Lulu. Like, what do you do? If you're Luna and you see a 5/5 challenger on the board,
it will be picking up one by one the units, but it's just like 10-5.
And there we go.
10-5 Luna gonna be rallying right with the with the full board.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Vat is going to pick here. Maybe he wants to remove the bird at this point. Or, yeah, this is pretty smart, so having this stun for a Z potentially next turn is pretty big.
I guess you can get away with passing there.
Yeah, but also Broadwing is doing quite
Broadwing,
right now.
yeah, Broadwing is doing
Picking
illegal
unit
things
by
right
unit. He got some answers here. I assume. I wonder if Luna will try to play Z into rally this turn. I don't think that's the best option. Especially that we're seeing this stun in the hand. She can try to protect the Broadwing to kill Aphelios.
So let's... Yeah. I was going to say, let's say that we play Twin Disciplines on Broadwing. What's our next move? So we rally.
I'm pretty sure we want to wait with this rally. That's hard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh
no.
That's changing some stuff. It's a very good found from Vat. Being able to silence the unit means that you kill the unit and you save Aphelios, but now the Aphelios will be forced to block the 7-3. Yeah. Because the other unit cannot block, so Aphelios has to block. And Luna is still having 3 creatures on the board.
Yep. Yeah, this is a great spot for Luna.
And that's the thing, even if you play this challenger now, like Luna still gonna have like 5 white board. Yeah, this deck is so underrated, like because as you know, I'm like more of a controlish player. I really hate playing against this deck. It punishes so hard, like all the more greedy decks that I like to play.
Yeah.
Victor got
on the other hand, this is the exact type of deck that I like to play. Demacia, go wide, aggro, you know. Like this is my bread and butter.
I think this deck can be good in a in the Eternal meta, because in Eternal meta we have all over Elder Dragon greedy decks, and I think this deck can even win against the Elder Dragon decks, because they are pretty inactive until the turn like 6-7 when they get the big creatures. And this deck can cross those games before that time.
I'm surprised we're not seeing Lulu get quick attack and Zed get the Lulu buff, but
Yeah, with only one blocker available, that doesn't change
yeah,
anything.
I guess it doesn't matter because you're still swinging 5 wide.
So we're gonna see the deciding match, right? Because we are 1-1, and we will see Filios Victor against Discard Aggro.
Yeah, this is, in my experience, not a fun matchup.
For Discard Aggro?
For Discard Aggro.
Yeah, I agree with that. Especially if VOD can find a Youngling. And there is from the top the Youngling.
Yeah, because Youngling is so hard for Discard Aggro to pull
4
in this
HP
spot.
is like out of the range. If you like play smartly with blocking with the Youngling, like, Discard Aggro cannot.
No,
like,
that Youngling effectively when Youngling's played on turn 2 into Discard Aggro, that Youngling effectively gives the Aphelios Victor player around 10 more health.
Yeah.
Which is obscene. And there's two of
them. And if you
see, this is where I would do the funny thing where you go up to the top right and you hit the gear.
Yeah, probably.
If I was on ladder, I would hit the gear.
If Rona is tired enough with this tournament, she can do the same.
Yeah, she probably won't because she's
missing the lifesteal on the Victor.
Yeah, Luna's a competitor. She will play it out.
Yeah, for sure.
However, if I was on ladder, I'm saying only if I was on ladder.
Yeah, this game is not worth playing on another.
No. This is a tough spot.
Yeah,
Watch this. Victor lifesteal.
I remember people getting like tilted of Eye of the Dragon back in the time.
Yep.
And this is like a better Eye of the Dragon because it's not, you're not required to play the spells and activate it. And this even has like more HP.
Yeah, this is Eye of the Dragon without the conditional healing, and you know, it can block.
So for now, VOD is not having any removal for Jinx. So maybe Runa, but with the current hand, it will take some time to level up the Jinx. I mean, on turn 6 basically, just discarding the whole hand.
Yeah.
There will be some chance getting discarded.
Look, we have Experimenter.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be very optimistic and say, okay, we play Jinx here, and then we play Experimenter next turn.
I mean, it's not about being optimistic, like there is literally no other play if you look at this hand.
There's literally no other play.
You can play like 2 chompers from the hand, but that's not gonna win the game.
Spinning
and not having an answer yet.
Spinning X here protects Jinx, I believe. I don't remember exactly how the Riven spell interacts. I only played Rumble Draven mostly when I saw this card, so I'm not familiar with. Is it the more expensive unit that it goes to automatically?
It goes on a Jinx skill.
Okay, that's
not the most expensive. It's like the highest attack.
Yeah, that's the way it should work.
Yeah, for sure. It
but
goes on a
obviously,
Jinx. But VOD had a pretty good top deck here.
Yeah, that's a unfortunately good top deck for Luna.
Yeah, I think that this top deck like changes everything.
This top deck makes the game unplayable.
Wait, what?
Huh?
They're not going for that. They don't care about the Jinx?
That's...
Or maybe they're not aware of the silence, right? Huh? Okay, I'm pretty confident.
Oh, okay, the Heimer. Yep. Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think they weren't aware of the silence.
I mean, to be honest, like the silence in most of the scenarios does not matter. It's about the damage. But it's like a great addition. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, it only works when you play it as a as a daybreak card. But like that had the chance to do that.
Okay, no Victor life steal yet.
But there are more chances because it has.
Yeah, yeah, it's like.
Actually, that is doesn't care if this Victor dies. Now he has more chance to hit the lifesteal.
Yeah.
And in 2 turns, VAT is on 16 HP. Anyway.
Yeah. That. Without triple pony, VOD is dead.
Oh.
I hear you, Luna. I understand.
Yeah, this Victor is not dying soon.
No. Okay, we got second Jinx.
But at least the game gets more interesting. With Jinx still being alive.
Yeah. Yeah, if Jinx was dead.
Long.
Yeah, if Jinx was dead, this game is over.
Yeah, but Luna cannot burst, get a rocket. And even if she gets, like, it doesn't change too much.
No, not much.
And it's not even about the Victor or Aphelios, it's just about those... of the war of the younglings.
Yeah.
The knights, like, everything, like... They trade so well into the attackers and provides the healing that's disgusting for everyone that had a chance to play against this deck with an aggro deck, especially that type of aggro that has some burn as a finisher, because you are never getting to the range to be able to close the game with the aggro.
No. I'm one of those people that had the pleasure of playing aggro into this deck a number of times, and
I'm most of the time on the different side of the barricade.
The barricade. It really is a barricade.
It is, that's true. But I feel really comfortable being that player that is putting that wall of the younglings.
Yeah. Of course you feel comfortable behind triple youngling. How do you die?
Yeah, Luna still has some...
Oh no, I'm Victor. Oh.
Oh, we have, yeah.
Oh
so Victor
no.
is not getting the natural lifesteal, but
Yeah. I mean,
he had a
it's
good friend in Aphelios, so
yeah. Yeah. I mean, with tough, how do you even kill Victor? You have to block with Draven, or you have to block. I guess. Well, it's not Reckoner. I don't remember the name of that card. The 4/2 ephemeral. It's on the board right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I guess there is no reason for VOD to attack with the Victor, but
Yeah.
I'm honestly not sure why he decided to play lifesteal on the Aphelios.
Goodbye,
Maybe
Jinx.
to play around like Brobeck. Oh yeah. So the last hope of Luna that died.
She has one more.
Yeah,
She has one more.
that's true.
The better player always draws out.
Yeah, I'm wondering why the lifesteal went on Aphelios, because now he's not even able to attack with this Aphelios.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't matter at the end.
It doesn't. Oh no.
If you have the,
It doesn't. It doesn't matter.
we are not even getting the axe because it's the first like part of the Victor spell. Death Ray MK3. So now we are seeing 3 Champers against 3 Younglings and 2 Champions.
Yeah.
What-
VOD has 17 health effective. I would argue 20 health effective. I don't think it's a stretch to say that VOD effectively has 20 health right now.
Yeah, I agree. And we need like something that we have in League of Legends when you can see after the game how much healing was done during the game.
Yeah.
So we can actually see
Oh,
how
God.
much damage those younglings deal.
So what we can do the math right now. So
Okay.
he played Younglings turns 2, 3, and 4, right?
I think the last youngling might be a little bit later.
Was
Because
it 2?
I think it was created something.
2, 3, and 6.
No, let's say 2, 3, and 5.
2,
I don't
3, and
remember.
5.
Let's see. Let's say
Okay.
that.
So turn 1, I remember VOD was at 20 HP. So that's 0. Turn 2, or sorry, no, turn 2, 20 HP. Turn
Yeah.
3,
There was no damage.
he healed 2. Turn 4, he healed 2, so that's 4 HP. Turn 5, he played another Youngling, so that's 7. Turn 6, add another 3, so that's 10. Turn 7, you add another 3, so 13. 16 last turn. 19 the upcoming turn.
Okay.
VOD should be dead.
Okay, now we are hitting 17 with a 1 hit. That's also very fair.
Without hitting lifesteal on Victor, VOD has healed 16 health.
Yeah, so next turn it will be 19, so...
Yeah.
It is almost like starting with 40 HP next turn.
Yeah, pretty much.
But Luna is still in the game.
And on top of that, Luna cannot kill these younglings because they're 4 HP. She hasn't been presented with a single opportunity to kill any of these younglings.
Yeah, but the most funny thing is that Youngling being such a good control card, obviously it helps Targon region, but we don't see that many like Targon decks in the meta. Like that's
No.
one of the few decks that we can experience. Like definitely Targon is not one of the most popular regions.
No.
So yeah, we're missing like.
And I don't
Actually,
even
know what we are missing.
Yeah. I don't even think that I mean Targon, the issue is that they don't have a finisher.
But Vat had the finisher, finished the game, and took the victory over last game of today's competition. Oh, we are at the end. Let's see if the other games are finished already. They should be. And we have Kaizen that won 2-0 against Cirque. We have Newman that won 2-0 against Buff Nightfall. Yeah, I think we can see only the part of the bracket, so you won't be able to see that, guys. But I just provided you with the results, so don't worry. And we have the match that we had on the screen, and that was VOD beating Lunaya, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the last one thing I would like to see is if we have the final results of the matches. Yeah, we're still missing the last result of the match that just finished. By the way, Listress, are you familiar with the format of this tournament?
I'm not super familiar. Can you give me a rundown?
Yeah, that's why I asked. So, for those of you who are not familiar yet with the how this tournament works, it's a basically 3-week tournament. This week we have a group stage that we just finished, where every player played twice against 3 other players in their groups. And next week it's a triangle bracket. That's a little bit innovative thing, and it might be a little bit hard to explain without having the image of that. But basically, it works like that. If you were higher in a group stage, so let's say if you were on the top in one of those groups, you need to win just one game to get to the finals. And if you like ended on a 4th place, let's say, then you need like to win way more matches to get to the final, but you still have a chance to get to the finals. Only 4 players are getting there, and we will see who's gonna get there. And then we have like a finals, so top 4 players are playing in the finals, top bottom players are playing in the elimination. And yeah, basically last week you are playing for the prizes and to not get eliminated. Last 2 players, the players that ends up the whole league, so basically the 3rd week on the 7th and 8th place, are getting eliminated, and they will have a chance to play in the qualification tournament with others competitors that want to join the league, basically. And we would like to repeat that system through the next months. We will see if how you react to that, if there will be like participants. But yeah, I really like this format, and I hope you guys also like it.
Yeah, I think it's a good format. I actually think if you can if you can run it, if you can put it together and have everything run on time, that actually sounds really, really good.
Yeah, we're still learning some things, so I would like to apologize again for any inconvenience that happened today and last week. But we're trying to do some innovative stuff, to do some interesting stuff for Runeterra. And yeah, basically that's all for today. We will post the final results as soon as we take a look if everything is correct there. And yeah, thanks Listress for being here today, for finding a time to cast at least this last round with me. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
And see you guys next week. Bye.